NRC Vizag. NRC Vizag, please respond.
గోపి సార్ వినిపిస్తుందా?
ఇవాళ మార్నింగ్ అదే ముందు వచ్చేద్దాం.
Good morning, sir. Gopi, sir.
హాయ్ చిన్నారావు గారా మీరు ఎక్సైటెడ్? మిత్రులే నైస్ టు సీ యు చిన్నారావు గారు. కొండలరావు
సార్ వినిపిస్తుందా?
మోడరేట్ వినిపిస్తుంది. మోడరేట్ ఎవరు చేసేది? కిరణ్ నువ్వా? కొండలరావు ఎట్లా మోడరేట్ చేసింది ఎవరు? కిరణా నువ్వా? ఓకే ఓకే నేను చెప్పేసి నువ్వు ఇంకా ఇంటర్వ్యూ చేశాను మేడం. చూద్దాం 10:05 స్టార్ట్ అవుతుంది. 5 minutes Good morning.
మాట్లాడతారా ఇంట్రడక్షన్ పర్సన్?
సార్ మాట్లాడతారా ఇంకా స్వప్న ఒక్క లేదు లేదు ఒక 10 నిమిషాలు అలా వెళ్తారు సార్ 10 మినిట్స్ ఇక్కడ రెడీ అయిపోవడం సార్ గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ సార్ వేస్తాం
ఇచ్చలేదా అక్కడే అనుకుంటా ఇది కూడా స్విచ్ మేడం జాయిన్ అయ్యారు స్టార్ట్ చేసుకుంటాను ఇంకా all the nurses మేడం కాలేదు అది మేడం స్టార్ట్ చేయాలి ఓకే ఓకే అన్ని వెయిట్ చేసుకుంటారు అవునవును మన దగ్గరే అందరూ వచ్చేసారు మొత్తంలో జస్ట్ 8 మెంబర్స్ ఉన్నారు జనాభా బ్యాంక్ లేదు రవి You said. Last person. All NRCs, are you ready? Please respond, anybody. Madam will join within few minutes for our convenience. Madam already came.
Yeah, good morning. I'm very much here. Can we start or you need 2-3 minutes more?
Just 2 minutes, madam. Namaste, madam.
Okay. Namaste, namaste.
This is Gopi, madam. It's a pleasure to see you again.
It looks
Just
very
within 2 minutes. We'll start.
Okay. I unmute and then mute and.
Okay. NRC Vizag, Kiran. Hi, Kiran.
Sir, good morning to sir.
Kiran, ఇంకా స్టార్ట్ లేదు.
Hope you okay?
నేను చెప్తాను తర్వాత స్టార్ట్ చేద్దాం లేదు కొద్దిగా ఎంటీ చేసి ఎంటీ
Okay, మాట్లాడండి.
చేసి ఎంటీ కనిపిస్తున్నాయి. కిరణ్
గోపి
ఎంటీ కనిపిస్తున్నాయి చేసి అన్ని.
అంటే వేరే క్లాస్ లో ఉన్నారు వాళ్ళంతా.
ఏమి ఎలక్షన్స్
అక్కడ కొంచెం టెక్నికల్ ప్రాబ్లం ఉందని మారుస్తున్నాము. నేను వచ్చాను ఇక్కడికి.
ఓకే రైట్. మిగతా వాళ్ళందరూ
ఉన్నారు.
మిగతా ఎన్ఆర్సీస్ అన్ని కూడా ఓకే కదా? షల్ వి స్టార్ట్?
ఓకే, కెన్ ఐ స్టార్ట్?
ఓకే సార్.
ఓకే
ఓకే సార్.
అప్రాజిత మ్యామ్.
Yes, can be. Okay.
All of you, good morning. This is Gopi from NRC Anantapur. We have a pleasure meeting with Aparajita ma'am. We didn't have any chance to have madam's lecture, so we have a good opportunity in this occasion. This moderate session will be start from introduced by NRC Vizag. Vizag, are you ready?
ఓకే, రెడీ.
Okay. Move on, Kiran. Thank you, ma'am.
ఓకే మేడం గారిని చాలా రోజుల తర్వాత చూస్తా ఉన్నాం. సంతోషం. గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ మేడం అండ్ గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ టు ఆల్. ఐఎమ్ డాక్టర్ జి కిరణ్ కుమార్, గవర్నమెంట్ డిగ్రీ కాలేజ్ ఎలమంచిలి అండ్ ఎన్ఆర్సి విశాఖపట్నం. It is glad to introduce our madam, associate professor Aparajita Bhattacharya, and Dr. Aparajita Bhattacharya is Associate Professor of Ancient Indian History of Center for Historical Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. She completed her MA and MPhil degrees in CHS, JNU, and obtained her PhD from the Department of History, University of Delhi. Her research interests covers socio-cultural history of sacred landscape and architecture in early India, aspects of religion, and religiously and art iconography. She has taught history undergraduate courses at various ancient colleges of University of Delhi and University of Kolkata since 2010. Her research papers are published in several journals and edited volumes, and she has presented papers in international national conferences. She has been a recipient of the Jawaharlal Nehru Fellowship for Doctoral Studies from Jawaharlal Nehru Memorial Fund, Murthy, New Delhi. Research contingency grant from the Indian Council of Historical Research and UGC grants for conducting field work in selected archaeological sites of Madhya Pradesh. Thank you, madam. Thank you.
I had muted myself. Am I audible now?
Ma'am, please, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yeah, no, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. It's audible, ma'am.
Okay. So you can perfectly hear me, right?
Yeah, okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Thanks for the confirmation. Once again, a very warm gesture on the part of the colleagues from Andhra Pradesh that they have thought of inviting me for this lecture, and it's a wonderful opportunity to interact with you people, because I hadn't had that opportunity when we were having a course in MMTC, Jawaharlal Nehru University, a few months earlier. So this is a kind of, although we are interacting on an online platform, but I'm happy to see all the known faces. It is very reassuring on my part that I can see some of you whom I have the chance of interacting in Delhi in person. Okay, the topic of my, I'll be presenting 2 slides, and you can understand that this is a topic of art history that I have selected for presentation. And this is, the topic is between exploring the curious case of Gupta temples of Central India. So I'll be talking about certain structural temples from Central India, that is the state of modern day Madhya Pradesh primarily, and certain temples which are located in the Bundelkhand region of Central India, that falls into 2 states between Uttar Pradesh and Madhya Pradesh, because Bundelkhand is that region. So there are roughly 25 temples which are designated in the Archaeological Survey of India report of 1871, which was published by Sir Alexander Cunningham, the first Director General of Archaeological Survey of India, as based on his tour report. Now, it is one of the first tour report that was published. The tour was conducted in 1862 and the report came in 1871. And this report that I am talking about designates certain temples of Central India as quote unquote Gupta temple. Now you can see that a dynastic chronology, that is chronology coinciding with the Gupta rulers of ancient India, is being used to designate an art style or a style of temple building which is based on the existing structural temples of Central India in falling between the chronological bracket of 4 to 6 centuries of the Common Era. So with that note in mind, I'm again asking, am I audible? Can anyone confirm if you can properly listen to me?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So I'm sharing my slides. I'll be showing you certain slides which, on the basis of which I'll try to explain how dynastic labels are applied to designate a certain art style in the regional framework of Central India. And what is Central India? I have already specified that it is Madhya Pradesh and some part of modern day Bundelkhand that I am taking into account. So let's take you through the journey, and I'm sharing my slides. If okay. Oh, sorry. Please allow me to share the slide. Oh, okay. So are you able to view the slide? Right?
Yeah, slides are visible.
Slides are okay. So these are the temples that I'm talking about. They all fall in the chronological bracket of 4th century of the Common Era to 6th century of the Common Era. This is temple number Sanchi, which is temple number Sanchi Stupa complex, which is considered to be by many art historians as one of the earliest surviving temples, which is fully in structural form. You can see that it is not a cave architecture. It is a full structural temple, but very primary, or very, you can call it rudimentary in design. A front porch supported by pillar and a single cell and roof. So a porch in front, single cell and flat roof devoid of any kind of ornamentation on the wall. I have presented a rear view, so you can see that from the front and from the back, the temple is very, very basic. It's the temple which Sir Alexander Cunningham in 1871. On the basis of this temple, this is located in, when Alexander Cunningham visited it in the 19th century, as per the Archaeological Survey of India records, this was located in the Central Province. It was earlier in the Jabbal district. Now the district is being separated, and it is falling under the Katni district of Madhya Pradesh. Again, you can see the same design, a front porch. However, the porch is assembled. I mean, the porch is some part of the fragment of the porch where I'm locating my cursor here. It is an ensemble porch because this temple is a temple of Narasingha, or avatar of Vishnu, in the Narasingha avatar of Vishnu. But in the front porch, you can see a Jain Tirthankar image. So probably this is the work of a later addition. So, but the basic structure, as you have seen in the temple of Sanchi, temple number 17, is that same thing. Single cell, flat roof, devoid of any kind of ornamentation, built of heavy stone blocks in or stone masonry, and very, very simple basic design. It is on the basis of this temple, that is this Tigawa temple, or in Central Province, that Sir Alexander Cunningham came with a theory. And that theory is that, which theory of the first structural temples of Central India, we underline 7 architectural elements. And what are these 7 architectural elements? That, as you can see, on the basis of which this is the prototype. This Tigawa temple was the example quoted by Cunningham, or mentioned by Cunningham, in order to support his theory. The theory of 7 point of architecture, and he calls these kind of temples, identified near about 25 of them, located in different parts of Central India and Bundelkhand region, as quote unquote Gupta temple. And these are all structural temples, and bearing there is 1 or 2 cave sites, flat roof, square cell, frontal porch. And then he says that by the end of the 6th century of the Common Era, the temple started with very simple design and form, and then gradually became complex and complex. And ultimately, we see that these temples started adding up Shikhara superstructure on the top of it. So it no longer remains flat roof. It started building a superstructure and ultimately resulting becoming a superstructure temple of the northern Indian style, which we came to know, which we know all by the name of Nagara style. So these are three categories of temple architecture: the North Indian style, Nagara; the Southern Indian style, that is Veshara; and particularly in case of some parts of Karnataka and West Coast, there is another style which is a mixture of Nagara and sorry, the Northern Indian style Nagara, Southern Indian style Dravida, and a mixture of the two that is found in some part of modern day Karnataka, that is called the Vesara style. So in this way, Sir Alexander Cunningham in 1872 categorized these temples as Gupta temples, as if they were built by the Gupta rulers of ancient India. But here it is a misleading nomenclature. We find no direct connection of the Gupta rulers building these temples. So Sir Alexander Cunningham's basic assumption that these temples were, since they are falling into the chronology of the Gupta period, that they are all built by the Gupta rulers is incorrect, has been found incorrect. The second thing is that Cunningham almost stressed an evolutionary process. Evolutionary process in the sense that it started with a simple form and gradually became complex. Complex in terms of horizontal expansion, complex in terms of vertical expansion in the form of superstructure. That is the Shikhara, appearance of Shikhara. But if you see this temple site, as I have taken from my field survey, there are these elements, architectural elements littered in the complex. Now, when I go into the archival document, we find that there was a railway construction along this temple. The Jabalpur-Bina line of railway expansion happened in the end half of the 19th century. And when Alexander Cunningham was conducting his survey, and the railway construction, the construction engineer had severely dismantled many of the temples which are in this, and their ruins are present now in the complex. So the Tigawa temple is not a temple, not a single temple, but it is a complex of temples. Although now there is only one shrine that is in situ in the situation existing still today. But if you see the complex as a whole, you will find that it is a mosaic of different fragments and pillars and these kind of architectural elements which you see in the slide. These are called amalakas. Now these are crowning element of the temple superstructure. This is amala fruit, or it is a fruit-like structure. You can see the socket present here. That means it was fitted on the spire of the temple, and it was a crowning element on the top of the temple, on the top of the shikhara, in the case of northern Indian temples. So these kind of architectural elements which are present in the site shows or points out that there may be temples in the site which had superstructure. Although the single cell temple must have survived the test of time, but that is not the only one. There were other temples in the site, and these architectural broken pieces of architectures now give testimony to our theory. And in this way, do not vindicate or do not support the theory of Cunningham that the temple started from the flat roof, and in an evolutionary process, they gradually upgraded themselves from flat roof to a spire superstructure. Now, these are the lotus designs on the ceiling of the temple. This is also from the Tigawa, and it was one of the hallmark of the Gupta style, as Cunningham pointed out, that lotus on the ceiling. You can see this is from the ceiling of the Tigawa temple, still existing, and this is a ceiling fragment that we find in the archaeological site of Tigawa. Now, this is the one that you see here. This slide is considered to be the most mature of the temples in 6th century of the Common Era, the last of the Gupta temples, according to the classification of Sir Alexander Cunningham. This is Dashavatara temple of Deoghar. You have seen that this is, you can see from the structure that the temple is built on a higher platform, and it is, the walls are no longer plain, but the walls are sculpted with niches. This is a Dashavatara temple, so it unfolds or it demonstrates Vaishnava myths on the temple walls. Although the spire has collapsed, but there is enough proof, even in the modern state, to show that there was a superstructure or there was a spire or a shikhara on the top of the temple. Now, what you have seen in the case of Sanchi, that was the beginning. This is the culmination, and this is the 200 years from 4th to 6th century of the our chronology of discussion now. Located in the Bundelkhand area of modern day Uttar Pradesh, Lalitpur district, Dashavatara temple. Now, another interesting thing which we find from these temples, although they are not very famous, some of them, like this Dashavatara temple, is quite famous, but not the other ones. One of the interesting features of the temples of this time is whether the temple contains any image or no longer have any image, because some of these temples do not contain any enshrined image. The image must have been misplaced or untraceable. But you can understand the sectarian dimension of the temple, whether the temple belonged to Vishnu or to Shiva or to some Devi, from the forehead of the temple on the doorway. Now see the next slide. Now this is the clue. Whether a temple belongs to this is the period of sectarian Hinduism, 4th to 6th century AD, or of the Common Era, when we see 3 branches of Hinduism proliferating and germinating and developing. The Shaiv, the Shakta, that is the Devi worship, and the Vaishnava. Now the first one, that is on the, where I am moving my cursor, that is on the left side, you can see Vishnu sitting on the coils of Sheshanaga. And this is called the lintel portion, that is the forehead portion on the doorway. And it gives us, although there is no image inside, if you go now to the archaeological site, you will not find any image inside the temple. But the temple lintel or the forehead, which is called Lalata Vimba, that is the forehead of the temple, that gives you a clue about how to determine the sectarian dimension of the temple. Now this is Dashavatara temple of Deoghar, therefore you find Vishnu seated on the coils of Sheshanaga, and there are 2 avatars attending to him. On the left hand side of your screen, you find Narasingh. On the right side of your screen, the smaller dwarf figure is the Vaman avatar of. But this presents a picture of how, without even entering the temple, without even from a distance, a devotee can identify what is the sectarian nature of the temple. Now, this, in the case of Dashavatara, it is clearly from the lintel, it is a Vishnu temple. Going to the right side of your of the slide, and you can see the matted locks of Shiva, and this is the Shiva temple of Gumara, located in the Satna district of Madhya Pradesh. Same time period, it is 5th century, later part of the 5th century, earlier than the Dashavatara temple, but the same scheme, as if the artist has left a clue about how to understand the sectarian affiliation of the, how to ascertain which devotee, which deva or which god is enshrined. A clue of that is presented on the lintel or on the forehead beam on the doorway. Moving on, in the next slide, I am just giving a much more closer shot. You can now identify the Dashavatara temple and the lintel in a much closer look. See, this is Narasingha, where I am moving my cursor. On the left hand side, this is Vamana. And the temple is dedicated to Vishnu, and the avatars of Vishnu are shown attending to the Chaturbhuja or the four quadruple handed or four-hand Vishnu representation on the lintel. Same way, okay, sorry. See this example. This essential, the temple is, this is Nachna temple in the Panna district of Madhya Pradesh. The same style, it looks like that it is the same style that you have seen in the case of Sachi and the Tigawa varieties. That is single cell, flat roof, and a raised platform or a high plinth on which the temple stands. Now this is a broken away fragment from the Nachna temple. It is called Parvati temple, although it is called Parvati temple by the modern day villagers, but inside the temple there is a Shiva Lingam. Now this is a Shiva Nataraja, as you can identify from the iconography. This is in the National Museum of New Delhi. It was originally recovered from the Panna site and it is being placed in the collection of National Museum, New Delhi. Is there any problem? Are you able to hear me? Kindly confirm, are you able to hear me?
Audible, madam.
Okay, fine. Sorry for the interruption. Thank you. Okay, so this is already, we wish we had the full image, but it is broken. And only this part of the image survives in a museum collection now, in the collection of National Museum. But it gives us a clue that it can be a kind of it leaves absolutely no doubt that Panna or this temple complex, which was recovered from this temple complex, this image now and shifted to the museum collection, that temple was dedicated to a form of Shiva. The temple is misleading in the sense that as it survives in the modern time, it gives you an illusion or an image that it was a flat roof temple. No. There was a second chamber on top of it. There was no superstructure or spire, but there was a second block, as if it is a double-story temple. So there is a, there is one floor in the ground and there is another floor on the top on it. The top one has fallen down. And if you see the old Archaeological Survey of India reports written in 1917 and 18, up till that time, the fallen chamber was, the fragments of which are still available, were still visible in the site. So this is called the Sandhara design. That means it is not a structure, not a spire or not a shikhara, but it is a double-story temple. Now, another interesting fact about these temples is the doorway and the representation of the river, the doorway. This is from the Tigawa temple. Usually you find that on the top corner in the early temples, that is of the 4th century and first half of the 5th century, the river goddess images are on the top corners of the door. And as you come later, by the time of the 6th century, they are at the bottom corners of the door. For example, this example is, this is Ganga, that is on the right hand side with Makara. Makara is a mythical animal, aquatic animal. And this is on the right hand side, you find this is, on the left hand side, this is Yamuna on a tortoise or a turtle. Both are aquatic, standing on the aquatic animals. So this kind of representations is very common in the early 4th century and first half of the 5th century. See this example. Sorry. This is a relatively small image, but if you see this image, you find the river goddesses are placed. This is cave 16 of Udaygiri, and you find river goddesses are placed on the top corners. On the right hand side, Ganga, on the left hand side, Yamuna, but they are on the top corners of the door. This is a cave site, Udaygiri in Madhya Pradesh. See the later development. Ganga and Yamuna are no longer on the top, they are on the bottom. This temple, where I'm moving my cursor, that is the left side of the slide. This is Nachna temple, the Parvati temple doorway. You see, Ganga and Yamuna are standing on their respective vehicles, and there are door guardians flanking them or standing beside them. And on the right hand side, where you can see the image enshrined, this is Bhumara temple. Both of them are Shiva temple, and you see Ganga and Yamuna. Here the door guardians are absent, but the river deities are present. Now, this is a very interesting iconographical development that you see in this part of time period, that the river goddesses they literally come down from the top to bottom, as if they have appeared in the art, symbolically present. And that reflects on the religiosity of the temples. The devotees who come to the temples to have a darshan or have an audience with the deity or perform certain rituals, the river deities are almost like a threshold that they have to cross. It is as if, as many historians have argued, well visible and well into the architectural scheme of the temples, that as if the river deities are standing on the doorway to purify the devotees from the sacred waters. And it is a kind of crossover from the wall outside to the sacred enclosure inside of the temple. And through within 200 years, this kind of change is visible in the architectural framework. Now, if you see this side, this is Bhumara temple. This is the frontal view of the Bhumara temple, and this is the overall view. You can see that the temple is built on a high platform with staircase and a single shrine. Now, this is a very interesting image. Those people who have come to Delhi and have visited the National Museum, you must have seen that these are terracotta images. These are not stone images. They are located in the gallery of National Museum, New Delhi. Now, these are gigantic images. They are life size. Life size means more than 5 feet tall, but made of terracotta. See the fluvial association. How we know that they are river deities? The clue is on the pot in hand gesture. They are holding a vessel, kind of a water vessel in their hand, which gives us a clue to their fluvial nature or signify that they are river deities. But the river deities are quite gigantic scale. They are no longer into the narrative context of the temple doorway. They are independent icons, probably in their own right. And I'll touch upon this issue. Some of the deities, some of the gods and goddesses whom we see in the narrative context, part of the narrative context of the doorway or on the temple wall, they become independent icons and full-fledged image in their own right. And that is the case of this Ganga and Yamuna from Ahitchhatra. Ahitchhatra is in the Bareilly district of UP, and this is the collection of the National Museum. This is another lintel from a temple. Now, this temple is lost. We don't find this temple in situ. It was located in the Gwalior, and this is called Pavaya. Now, this temple unfolds the myth of Trivikrama Vishnu. On the broken away side of the lintel, this was once upon a time a Lalata Bimba of a Vaishnava temple, but now the original temple is lost, but this has survived, and this is in the collection of the Gujari Mahal Museum, that is the state government museum of Madhya Pradesh in Gwalior. Find similarity. Trivikrama, this is from Nachna. It's from the collection of American Institute of Indian Studies. Their website you can purchase from, and you can any scholar can access, and with a token fee can use it in their research. And this is my own photograph taken at the Mathura Museum. You can see the Trivikrama Vishnu. Vishnu becomes gigantic, overpowering figure. The Trivikrama myth that is on the pillars. Now, all of these come from the temples, but now they are no longer in the temple, but they are in the collection of different museums across India. This is Vishwarupa panel. You can see a long procession of devotees going towards the cosmic form of Vishnu, the multiple heads emanating from the body of this of four-hand Vishnu. This is Vishwarupa. According to the legend, before the Kurukshetra war, when Arjuna is in two minds, he has to go on a battle against his own family members. Vishnu appears in a Vishwarupa form and gives a sermon to Arjun, which is known as Bhagavad Gita, and tells him to fight the war because this is a Dharma Yuddha. And this is this cosmic form of Vishwarupa that we see on the lintel. This is from Garhwa, Allahabad district. Now it is in the collection of the Lucknow Museum. But Lucknow Museum is in a very pathetic state. So I use this photograph, which is much more quality photograph from the American Institute of Indian Studies with their permission. Now see, this is Vishwarupa, same time period. To see, these are all 5th century. This is the colored one. The colored picture is a 5th century image, which is from a temple in Mathura, and it is in the collection of the Mathura Museum. You can see it is a cosmic form of Vishnu. You can see the Narasingha, the Varaha, the head of Vishnu, and there are many, as if from the body of the Lord, there are many other incarnations or many emanations are coming out from the body of Vishnu. This is called the cosmic Vishnu or the Vishwarupa Vishnu, and this is from Deoghar. The black and white photograph is from Deoghar, the Dashavatar temple complex. But now it is no longer in the temple complex. It is in an Archaeological Survey of India sculpture shed, especially made for keeping the broken images. It gives you an idea about the iconography of the temples, which were once upon a time an integral part of the temples, but now no longer and in the museum collection. Now, I'm from the museum to the temple walls. Now, this is a picture of the Dashavatara temple of Deoghar. Now, Dashavatara temple of Deoghar shows 3 panels in clockwise direction. So, from the doorway of the temple, if you take a clockwise detour or a clockwise circumambulation, taking a cycle or taking a round around the shrine, we find that these images you encounter in clockwise direction, that is from left to right. And this is called Gajendra Moksha Meet, where Vishnu riding on Garuda is coming for the rescue of the king of Gaja, that is Elephant King. The Elephant King was taken captive by the Nagas or by the serpents. So the elephant is being released by the benediction of Vishnu, and as a result, the elephant is offering a flower to Vishnu, and the Nagas have accepted their defeat, the serpents have accepted their defeat, therefore, the folded hand gesture of submission. So now the temple walls are getting diversified with sculptural representation of Vaishnava myths. So they are still narrative in context, but very, very nuanced narratives are unfolding on the temple walls. This is Nara and Narayana. This is the slightly elevated, taller figure is Narayana, and the other figure is Nara. And look at the upper register. Brahma seated on the lotus, Vishnu and Shiva Parvati and Vishnu with Lakshmi on the 2 sides of Brahma. And in this way, an entire narrative scene, it is a monoscenic representation of Nar and Narayan in their ashram at Badrinath. Yeah. According to the Bhagavata Puran, this is the narrative, and a clear indication that the artists who are doing this in remote part of Bundelkhand, this is Dashavatara temple located in the Lalitpur district of Uttar Pradesh, is a clear indication that even in this part of India, in the 6th century of the Common Era, there was an audience present who can understand the monoscenic representation. One scene gives a total storyline, and the audience, that is the temple going crowd of the public, are able to understand it. And the artist has presented the presented the narrative in a monoscenic representation. I'll also show certain Ramayana panels to see this, the strength of the monoscenic representation. See another monoscenic representation. Vishnu on the coils of Sheshanaga, that is the Anantashai or the Sheshashai Vishnu. This is very rare in North India, but very popular in South. The Sheshashai representation is very popular in South, but not so much in North. But look at this beautifully carved panel from the Dashavatara temple of Deoghar. Vishnu, it is lying on in his cosmic sleep. Goddess Lakshmi at his feet, holding his feet. There are two attendants. One is Garuda. And look at the lower register. The upper registers, gods and goddesses. On the lower register, this. Okay, this is another Sheshashai from cave 13 of Udaygiri. But look at the lower register of this. These are called Ayudha Purusha. That is personified weapons of Vishnu. So you have, these are two demons, Madhu and Kaitava, and the weapons of Vishnu, which are represented in male and female form. They are ready to fight the demons out. Now this is one female, Gada Devi, then Chakra Purush, that is the wheel of Vishnu, the Chakra, then bow, that is Vishnu's Dhanush or bow, Shringa, and Vishnu's sword, the sword wearing Ayudha Purusha, Nandaka. So beautiful representation of the weapons of Vishnu. Since Vishnu is sleeping, he is not holding his weapons in his hand, but the weapons are present in the panel in the form of Ayudha Purushas. Sorry, there is a power cut in my locality, so I have to disconnect and I'll log in again from this. Give me 5 minutes. I'll log in again from my computer, from my laptop to continue the discussion. Is it okay with you? Because my computer will shut down. All right. Just give me 5 minutes break. I'll join again. All right. Is it okay?
Okay, madam.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot. Because it is making a sound, the buzz, my UPS. So I have to shut the computer and then relog again from my laptop so that we can continue the remaining part of the slides and end our discussion. Okay, just a second.
Hello, all NRCs. Madam, మళ్ళీ తమ ల్యాప్టాప్ జాయిన్ అవుతుంది.
Dear NRC members, so there was some power cut to come rather over. So please bear with us. I can put the access cancel join. Please bear with us.
Sir, your voice is not clear, sir. Raj, sir. Raj, sir, your voice is not clear.
Okay, your attention, please. There is a power cut problem in Hamburg. Of course, it's going to join within 2 to 3 minutes. So please bear with us.
Okay, okay, sure.
Hello, everyone.
Yes, madam. You're audible.
It's perfect. All right.
Yes, madam. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thanks. Thanks. Let me my PPT. Okay. So I can you can see me and okay. Left before our technical glitch. So this is the Dashavatara temple of Deoghar, and where we were discussing the this panel of Ayudha Purusha, or personified weapons of Vishnu. And see the beautiful composition. These are two demons, and it's a balance of action and inaction. Although there is a sleeping Vishnu on the top register, but there is in the central register, but at the bottom register, there is this warrior like weapons of Vishnu ready to sprung in action, or ready to go in action in tackling the demon of Madhu and Kaitava. So what is important is now temples are now getting horizontally expanded in terms of the development of temple complex, but also the temples are now getting beautifully sculpted from outer ways, so that the devotee, even without entering the temple, has a firm idea about the Vaishnava myths unfolding on the wall. See the same kind of thing in a ruined temple. This is a ruined temple of which is 5 kilometers away from the Deoghar Dashavatara temple. So only this image survives, and it is a 1971 old photograph, because now if you go to the site, you don't even see the image. You see only the pedestal. Only the pedestal and these footprints, only this part of the feet survive. The original image is gone. But the original image, this photograph I have found from the 1971 collection, because when I went to the survey, to the actual site, only find this doorway which is broken, and this part of the pillar of the original image, the pedestal of the original image, which once there in the Vishnu Varaha temple, which is 5 kilometers away from the Dashavatara temple. But look at this old photograph at the collection of Susan Huntington Photo Archive. It is a archive which is operated by Professor Susan Huntington, and she's been kind enough to give me permission to use this photograph from her collection. So this is copyrighted material from her collection that I am using with her gracious permission. Now look, this is a anthropomorphic figure with a human body, very muscular, warrior-like, hero-like, rescuing the earth. That is the myth, that the earth had fallen down into the cosmic water, and she was getting Prithvi or Bhur Devi, who was rescued by Varaha, and she's been carried up from the submerging out of the Varaha. And look at this marvelous composition of the 6th century of the warrior-like figure of Varaha. Same kind of Varaha. This is now in the Harishin Gaur University, that is the Central University. Same kind of representation, but from a different place in Madhya Pradesh. Eran, the site of Eran in the Sagar district of Madhya Pradesh. But now this image is in the University of Harishin Gaur Central University of Sagar in Madhya Pradesh. Same kind of Varaha, but it is in a cave context. It is Udaygiri, Vidisha, Madhya Pradesh. The animal head. It is an anthropomorphic figure, a composite figure with the combination of man and animal. And Bhudevi from the snout of Varaha on the arms of Varaha, as she has been rescued from the earth. Now this is from the cave site. Now let me okay. Okay. Let me see this let me show this two black and white photographs from the Kern Institute Photo Archive, University of Leiden. These are also Vishnu Varaha Temple of Deoghar. See, same kind of representation that we see on the temple wall in the Dashavatara temple. These are broken pieces now. And the Sheshashai Vishnu, but much more cruder representation in this Vishnu Varaha temple. The Vishnu Varaha temple is completely destroyed. We have no traces of the temple. But some old photographs, we don't know from where. These are in the sculpture shed of Deoghar temple. They are now in a ASI shed put in there. But these are the photographs, the black and white photographs, which shows how beautiful these, but although that style is much more regional or crude in comparison to the much more refined and sophisticated treatment of the Vaishnava myths that we have seen in the case of Dashavatara temple of Deoghar. Now look at these wood carvings. These wood carvings are 19th century, and they are in National Museum. They came for an expo in the Museum Expo to Delhi, but they are originally from southern India, probably from Karnataka. These are wood carvings. The Vishwarupa Vishnu, multiple forms, multiple heads on the single body of Vishnu, and this is the Gajendra Moksha. But here there is a slight variety. Here the Gaja or the elephant has been captivated, is been taken captive by a crocodile, not a serpent, but a crocodile. At least the reptile species. And Vishnu comes for the rescue of the elephant riding on his bird vehicle, mythical bird vehicle Garuda. So we see the same kind of traditions that are started in iconography from the 6th century of the Common Era. They continue, and they had a life of their own in the psyche, in the worshippers, in the community of worshippers. Now these are Ramayana scenes that we find on the temples. Very interesting, the placement of the Ramayana scenes are on the bottom of the temple, or usually on the plinth. They are not on the main temple. They are not on the walls of the temple. So in the case of the Vaishnava temples, where the temple walls unfold the myth of Vishnu, the Ramayana scenes are adorning the bottom or the plinth, the staircase area of the temple, because the platform of the staircase shows these Ramayana scenes. So I have described the scenes, but I'll since there is paucity of time, you have to end by 11:30. So I'll quickly rushing. I'll try to bring your focus. This is the Surpanakha episode. These are all from the collection of National Museum now, but they originally belong to the Dashavata temple of Deoghar. So I have explained the narratives, and you can see these are monoscenic representation. Monoscenic representation means that there is an informed audience who can understand the storyline and the entire story encapsulated or represented through a single narrative. So one scene describes what is before and what is after. The one scene captures the entire essence of the epic. And all these scenes are the forest scenes. The forest is the area of high drama. The Ayodhya Kanda and the Kishkinda Kanda, the Aranya Kanda and the Kishkinda Kanda sections of Ramayana are represented. Look at this. These are from a lost Vaishnava temple of Nachna. You know, the Golden Deer episode. It is actually 3 scenes in a single panel. Ram and Sita talking, then Ram has gone for the golden deer, and the golden deer is not an original deer, but it is a camouflage. It is a demon called Maricha who has taken the shape of the golden deer, and in order to lure Ram. So, but when Ram shoots the arrow, the deer shouts in the voice, in a human voice, calling out for help. It exactly calls for help in the voice of Rama. So Sita thinks that Rama is in trouble. So she asks Lakshmana to go. Lakshmana was reluctant to leave Sita. But then Sita scolds Lakshmana. So you can see this is the figure of Lakshman, and he's putting hands on his ear as if he's no longer can bear what is been
he's been hearing from Sita, and then in this case, Lakshmana leaves. Look at this panel where you find one woman holding a cup and another man with a sling over his shoulder. Now, this is a mendicant, and this is a lady giving some alms to the mendicant. But look at the scene. This is a very calm and quiet scene. But if you don't know the storyline, this appears to you like one man and one woman standing, and one man is receiving some gift or some alms, bhiksha, from the lady. But it is actually, if you are aware of the epic narrative, then it is Ravana in the garb of in the disguise of a mendicant who is pretending to be a mendicant in order to abduct Sita. And Sita has crossed the Lakshmana Rekha, or the, the dividing line, the barrier line, in order to step out of it to give alms to the mendicant. Now, to a known audience and to an unknown audience, the scene has enormous repercussion. To a known audience, it is actually a calmness before the storm. We know what is happening, as if the artist has challenged our intellect. The artist who has represented this has challenged our intellect and challenged our merit to understand the epic narrative, whether we can discern or pinpoint the epic narrative or not. So in the apparent calmness of the scene lies the impending danger. So the audience now anticipates, the knowing audience who know what happened next now wait for the storm. So the actual event of abduction is not represented. But to the known audience, we know what ominous things are going to come out. And it is this audience with beating heart who can understand what will happen next that the artist has excellently portrayed at. Look at this representation, this Banaras and this fight. I'm talking about the right side of the slide, the black and white photograph, which shows two monkeys fighting. It is actually Vali and Sugriva who are fighting, and two Kshatriya warriors watching from a distance, probably watching from a hideout. But it is a scene of bewilderment. Here, if you see Rama, Rama is not represented here as a infallible Kshatriya hero. Is rather a confused warrior who is not able to make out which one to shoot at. He has to kill Vali in order to get the friendship of Sugriva in order to fight the war against Ravan. But here in this representation, it is not the heroicness of Rama that is coming, but it is the bewilderment. Which one to shoot at and how to distinguish between the similar looking people. And you see this next slide, the crisis solved. A garland has been put in to distinguish Vali from Sugriva, and then Ram is able to shoot the arrow to hit the right target. I'm skipping the slides because these are not necessary. The other kind of narrative representations that we see on the temples, but again, not on the main temple, but on the plinth, is the Krishna Leela scenes. But among the Krishna Leela, one aspect, all the childhood scenes of Krishna. So you see that I'm quickly rushing through the slides because I know the time is running short. So Nanda and Yashoda, that is exchange of babies. Now, one in the original site of Deogarh and another in the collection of museum, the same kind of representation. Here also you see one that is from Deogarh in the museum of National Museum, New Delhi, and another, the same kind of representation. Child Krishna holding a cart. He was sleeping underneath, the baby was sleeping underneath a cart. The cart breaks down, and the child would have been injured or even killed, but the child with his small hand was able to support the cart and hold it. And this is a sign of the divineness or the divinity of the child. And this is called Shakatabhanga episode. Now, one is the 6th century representation from Deogarh, the same kind of representation from 8th century panel in the Vindhyavashini temple of Tumain in central India. Now, out of all the, again, the exchange of babies, one man giving the baby to the other, and this is the Dati Manthana, Krishna the butter thief, stealing butter from the churning. But out of all these, what merits our attention, and this is my last point about the temples, is the forming of an icon. Out of all the childhood episode, it is the Govardhan Dhari Krishna. That is one of the playful exploits of the divine child when Krishna was an adolescent. That finds an iconographic treatment separate from the narrative context. Now, this Krishna from Mathura and Deoghar, the black and white photograph is from Deoghar, the colored photograph, it is from the collection of the Mathura Museum. See again, this is a gigantic Krishna Govardhan Dhari at the Bharat Kala Bhavan, that is the Benares Hindu University Museum. This is certainly not a narrative. This is a full-fledged icon. It has come out of the story and become a full-fledged icon for the worship of the devotees in its own right. And so I'm quickly rushing through the sites. You see, this is Vishnu Trivikrama and the Trivikrama on the rock-cut hill of Ramgarh. Now look at this, and this is my last point. This is a zoomorphic Varaha. So far we have seen the anthropomorphic Varahas. This is a zoomorphic, completely in animal form. But Varaha, nevertheless, this is not an ordinary board. This is a representation of Vishnu and rescuing earth goddess Bhudevi hanging from the snout of Vishnu. And this is from Eran district of Madhya Pradesh. This is a full-fledged shrine in itself. There is no supporting element. You can see it was not a temple. It is an open air image, gigantic image with an inscription on the front. But here it is, the portrayal is that of a lady in distress getting rescued by the mighty Varaha. Look at this treatment. And here we end, how the iconography change and give certain clues. Now, this is a 6th century image from Nachna. You see the Varaha is holding, the Varaha and the Bhudevi are in the amorous posture, almost like lovers and consorts. The Bhudevi is of the equal side. She is no longer someone who is the damsel in distress, but here almost in terms of bodily representation, almost at par with the height and the matching up to the Varaha. And here see the anthropomorphic. So this is anthropomorphic. Varaha is man and animal. Here it is full animal form of Varaha, zoomorphic, much later, 11th century. In the Vidisha Museum, see what Bhudevi is doing. As if, it's in a loving gesture with the Varaha, as if she is the wife or the consort of Varaha. And it is almost Varaha and the Bhudevi in the amorous postures. So in a nutshell, after discussing all these images and imageries from temples and archaeological sites and museum exhibits, we can have some interesting clues about the iconographical development and the germination of temple architecture and the unfolding of the sculptural narratives on the temples. So here I want to rest myself, and I know precious time is lost because of the technological glitch. Deeply sorry for that. I could have elaborated more, but I have to rest myself here. And if there is any suggestion, observations from the colleagues, I'll be most happy to take on. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for your excellent presentation. So now it's over for discussion. So if you have any questions, so please ask the madam. Any NRC from any participants? If you have any queries and questions, so please.
Sir, from NRC Srikakulam, first of all, I would like to thank very much to Madam Apratita Bhattacharya on behalf of all the KRPs and participants from the state of Andhra Pradesh. Madam, I have one doubt, madam. What is
Okay.
Panchayatana?
What is?
Panchayatana.
Okay. Panchayatana means, okay, I think because of the technological glitch, I was not able to explain that. Panchayatana, 5 shrines on a platform. So usually the Panchayatana framework of temples developed in the later half of the Gupta temple style, that is at the time of the 6th century. Out of all the temples that I have shown the slides, it is only the Dashavatara temple of Deogarh that is called Panchayatana. Although you can see a single shrine, but there are evidences of subsidiary shrines. So there is a raised platform, and on the center of the platform, there will be the central shrine having the deity, the central deity, and then there are subsidiary shrines. Like if it is a Vishnu shrine, so the Vishnu will be enshrined in the main, and the main sanctum sanctorum of the central temple. And then at the four cardinal corners from the central, north, south, east, west, you have four shrines, probably having associated deities of Vishnu. From the Vaishnava pantheon, they can be either the representations of the incarnations, or they can be other deities which are associated with the Vaishnava family, the pantheon of Vishnu. And same is the case of Shiva. Shiva Gan, or the family of Shiva, for example, Kartikeya, and etc. Are represented in the subsidiary shrine. So it is a network of shrines on a single platform, which is called the Panchayatana design. It shows that the central shrine is devoted to the main presiding deity of the temple complex, whereas the subsidiary shrines are dedicated to the associated deities who are as per suitable. There is no framework who will be in the associated deities, but we can say that from the sectarian point of view, Vaishnava, Shaiva, Shakta, the associated deity will fall into the pantheon. So that is the Panchayatana design, which demonstrates a new kind of religiosity of the temple to offer their prayer and homage or to perform certain rituals. They will also do the rituals in the subsidiary shrines, enclosing the central shrine. And that entire design, the 5 shrine design, Panchayatan, 5 edifices, is the hallmark of the 6th century AD temple styles in central India, as we have seen.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Any other questions from any other participants? If there are no questions, so we should conclude our session.
Okay. And Rajji, I want to extend my heartfelt regards to you that in spite of many technical glitches, you stayed on, you guided me in phone, and you deserve all kudos for that. And do come to Delhi.
Yes.
Do come to Delhi, all of you. Do come to Delhi soon for another course. There will be another course in August in the MMTC. That's what I came to know. So I expect at least if some of you, already those people who have done the course, obviously they are now exempted. But for the others who haven't done, I extend a warm welcome to come and give us the opportunity for hospitality and interacting with you in Delhi. Obviously in the scorching summer month, the weather is no longer that present. But thanks a lot to all the team members and all the people who have listened to me in a Saturday, and all the best for the conclusion of the course and for the valedictory. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for inviting us. Definitely, we will try it, madam, in the future. So really, Aparajita madam is very cooperative, and she is the coordinator of our total entire history program in JNU, Delhi, and she has arranged a wonderful visit. We have visited some of the places like Qutub Shahi tombs and national museums and archives and even Red Fort and all these things. Because of you, madam, we enjoyed a lot during the sessions at JNU. So really,
Same here. I also enjoyed a lot with you people.
Very good visit, madam. That is really, we impressed a lot. And this program is really useful to all the historians in all over the Andhra Pradesh. So thank you, madam. Really, your affectionate words are really, grateful to you, madam. Thank you so much. And now I request to the NRC Visakhapatnam to give vote of thanks.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. You give us an excellent lecture on different myths and monuments and methods exploring the Gupta temples in ancient India. Madam, in this lecture, you explain us so many ancient temples in Gupta period. especially in Tigawa temple complex in the temple complex, Kankali Dev temple, and Dasavtara temple in Deogar, Shiva temple of Bhumra, Parvati temple of Nachina, Trivikrama temples in Nachina. So these are the temples where you are explained, madam, and each and every part in the structure. So you explained us very well, madam. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Once
Thanks a
again,
lot. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Madam Garu, for giving this elaborate, impressive
Thank you.
session, madam. So we enjoyed a lot and we got a huge information from this session. Thank you so
Okay.
much.
Thank you. Thanks, sir.
Everyone,
Thanks a lot.
thank you,
I'm
thank you.
signing off.
So,
I'm signing off, and
Yeah.
please do invite me more so that I
Yeah,
can
sure.
interact with you more.
No doubt about, madam. Definitely, we are going.
Okay. Have a nice day. Bye bye.
Madam, please, I will touch with you, madam. I want
Okay.
to talk with you later. Thank you, madam.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
So now we have a 15 minutes break and after that we have another session. So please be ready. Hello. Hello. Hello, Hello. Hello, ready? So, resource person is already joining. Please come inside. Varma sir, please, audible begin, sir.
Hello.
Answer. Okay.
Hello.
So, good morning, everyone.
Shall I
Everyone-
start, sir? Shall I start, sir?
Yeah, wait, madam.
Yeah, please. Are you able to hear me?
Thank.
So,
Thank-
now we are going to take second session, resource person from University of Delhi. And now he's working
Sir.
on, CJ, Center for Historical Studies, New Delhi. And he's going to
Sir,
talk about
sir.
history. So now I request Revant Reddy madam to give a brief introduction about our today's resource person. Revant Reddy from NRC Department.
Thank you, sir. Sir, good afternoon, sir. I am extremely happy to introduce Dr. Manoj Sharma, Associate Professor in Modern and Contemporary Indian History at Center for Studies, the Center for Historical Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. He has completed his PhD Neo-Realism in Indian Cinema 1944-69 from University of Delhi. He has delivered lectures on Indian cinema at Washington, D.C., USA, Imperial College, London, UK, Mahidol University, Thailand, and Kultur University, Istanbul, Turkey. He live lectures on history and cinema on UGC Vyas channel. These are available on YouTube also, sir. He has done film appreciation course from Film and Television Institute of India, Pune. He co-authored a book titled CISF Force of Future. He is also an expert for Commission for Scientific and Technical Terminology, Ministry of HRD, and also Consortium for Educational Communication, CEC, which is under UGC. He is also principal investigator in innovation project titled Role of Films in Educating Students, an innovative study of colleges of University of Delhi, awarded by Research Council, University of Delhi. He also completed a research project based on Indian society and culture from Microsoft USA. He is pursuing research project funded by ICHR and ICSSR. He also published various papers on Indian cinema and history in national and international journals. Thank you, sir. I'm welcoming to the session, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So shall I start
Yes, sir.
presentation? Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So the presentation basically deals with cinema and history, and I'm thankful to the institution for inviting me to talk about these aspects. And nowadays, as we know that audio visual medium is an important concern in every field, and how cinema over a period of time, we have seen that it has grown and it has been used as an instrument of propaganda. And as students of history, we talk about that how cinema can be used as a source of historical inquiry, because we talk about oral history, we talk about oral sources, and many histories they have been written with regard to the oral sources as well. And these oral sources, we find that over a period of time, we also have amnesia and we tend to forget things, and many of the things are recorded later. And even then, a lot of emphasis is being placed on that oral memory. So, in that context, cinema is a documented kind of a source, and how we can use films as a source of historical inquiry, that will be very important from the framework of the students of history, and how many a times it is also being argued that cinema is a reflection of society. So, when we tend to understand these kinds of aspects, that how cinema is also related to culture,
So from that point of view, also we find that there is a lot of focus on the cultural studies in earlier period, and nowadays also the question of identity and culture is very important in that particular framework. And we see that how some kind of important scholars, they have tried to find some kind of linkages between cinema and history. And we also see that when we tend to understand our national movement, and during that time, how cinema was also influencing the national movement, and national movement was also getting influenced by cinema. So in this particular framework, various kinds of ideals and objectives of the freedom movement could also be seen in many of the films and many of the ideas of films. Because when we talk about some of the leaders during the national movement, how they tried to use cinema as an instrument of propaganda. So from that point of view also, we find that how during that period, some of the national leaders, they use cinema as a tool in terms of getting the votes, because they were being used in the elections. And nationalist aspirations, motives, etc., they also got reflected in the films. And as I was telling you, that when we focus on interdisciplinary aspects nowadays, we talk about that how various kinds of disciplines, they in a way contribute to each other and they borrow from each other. So in the similar vein, history has also borrowed from other disciplines, and cinema, being an audio visual medium, is very relevant from the history point of view. And when we talk about modern India, especially the national movement, which is generally considered to be, which began in 1885 and thereafter, and the arrival of films in India, that was also in 1896. So we find that this kind of an exchange or interchange of ideas could be seen many of the films. And when you talk about the Indian cinema, we find that initial period was of the silent era, and Dada Saab Phalke, who is considered as the father of Indian cinema, and how he contributed to the Swadeshi cinema. And it has also been argued that Bal Gangadhar Tilak wanted to start a film company with Dada Sahab Phalke, but that could not happen. And Bal Gangadhar Tilak was always praising Dada Sahab Phalke for his efforts in the making of the Swadeshi films. So making of the films was one of the concerns of that particular period. And when you talk about the Swadeshi films, so the concerns were raised during that time, that how the films which were coming from Hollywood or films which were coming from Britain, how they were in a way trying to create a negative impact on the masses. So it was it was imperative in that sense that Indian films with Indian stories, they should be shown to the audience. And when we talk about the silent era, it does not mean that all of them, they were watching films very silently, because we find live musicians, those who were sitting in the hall itself. And if the film was shown in an open area on a projector, then live musicians, they were there, and they were trying to narrate something out of that particular film. So these kinds of things could also be seen during that point of time. And we find that the initial films, they were borrowing from the religious themes, and the religious character was in a way appealing to these films. And many of these religious films, they were taken from the epics and scriptures, and how the demons, deities, and supernatural powers, they were interacting with the human beings. So as it was happening in Iliad and Odyssey during the Greek period, and Iliad and Odyssey are considered to be part of the history in the Greek world. So in the similar manner, a number of issues concerning the veracity of Ramayana and Mahabharata, they are being talked about. And a number of concerns, they have been raised, and how these religious scriptures, how they played an important role in shaping the consciousness of the masses at that point of time. And when we find that how gods and goddesses they were appearing on the screens, and how the masses, when they saw them, they prostrated themselves, considering them as the real gods and goddesses. And that happened later as well, when we talk about the television serials like Ramayana and Mahabharat in 1980s and early 90s, where we find that the actors, those who were associated with Ramayana and Mahabharata, they were being revered by the people. And even the first Telugu film was Bhakt Prahlad, for that matter. So it was also borrowing from the religious theme. And Ayodhya Ka Raja, or Raja Harishchandra, which was the first film in 1913, it was being made and remade in several languages. And it was remade, I think, maybe more than 10, 15 times in different languages during the colonial period and thereafter as well. So the kind of appreciation these kinds of films they received at the hands of the audience was an important concern. And apart from the religious themes, the themes of devotional was another important genre during that particular period. Films like Tulsidas, Surdas, Tukaram, which were based on the lives of these poet saints, was an important addition of that particular period. And we find that when holy men and women they were endowed with the power to perform the miracles, and how their lives, their teachings, etc., they were influencing the masses. And these people, they were held in great reverence by the audience in that sense. So definitely, they were also influencing the social ideals of that particular period, and how these people, these poets, these saints, those who were talking about some kind of a value system of the Indian society, and how the audience, in a way, would connect with these people was an important concerns of the films as well. And when you talk about that, how film audience was in a way worshipping the gods and goddesses of those times, they had all sorts of faith in the kind of miracles which were happening on the screen. And one of the important concerns of that particular period was also the strict censorship norms for the films of the socio-political nature by the imperialist government. And one has to also understand it in the framework that how the producers, those who were investing money in terms of making films, wanted to get back the money which has been invested. So they in a way wanted that they could not depart from the religious ventures, because if they will make political films, then it was very sure that the colonial rulers will not allow them to portray those kinds of characters or ideas on the screen. We also realize when we talk about the religious cinema that how it was also a manifestation of the growing national consciousness of that particular time, and the legends of gods and goddesses, they were in a way trying to convey oblique affirmation of the national sentiments against the threatened domination of an alien culture. And this was also reflected in the films of that particular period. When you talk about the idea which was associated with the story of Raja Harishchandra, that how the philosophy of Satyagraha was seen in a way parallel to the idea of Satyagraha. And this particular film talks about this kind of an idea. And similarly, Mahatma Gandhi was also talking about the idea of Satyagraha and how one has to endure suffering with faith, where we find that the victory of good over evil will happen. So that was also the concern of the national movement as well. And when you talk about the ideas of courage, selfless sacrifice, etc., so these were the ideas they were also needed to fight the British at that point of time. So we can look at this film clip, which is of Raja Harishchandra in 1913. So it was a silent film. That is why we do not have dialogues. But as the story all of us are aware that Raja Harishchandra leaves his kingdom, his palace, to a rishi who commands him to go out of the palace and in a way give him the rule of that particular kingdom, and how Raja Harishchandra is so he believes in truth so much that even when his son dies, he is not ready to allow his wife to give away his son without money. So that was the kind of dedication, sincerity, commitment, and degree of input which was reflected in this film. And Taramati is the female lead in the film. In this film, we find the female lead was played by a male actor, because in those times women, they were not ready to work in films. So a male character Salunke was taken by Raja Harishchandra to portray the character of Taramati. So we find that when one is talking about cinema of those times and the idea of anti-imperialism, and religion was in a way interpreted as symbolic representation of a struggle against the tyranny. And K. Abbas, who was a journalist in Bombay Chronicle at that point of time, and who also wrote a number of film scripts for Raj Kapoor, like Avara, etc. And he was a film critic and later a filmmaker as well, who made Dharti Ke Lal. And K. Abbas talks about the struggle against the tyranny of Kans, and how this idea of struggle of Krishna could, in a way, strike a patriotic note of defiance in the heart of the people, those who were watching the films, those who were going to cinema halls to watch the film. And when Lord Krishna was talking about bad judgment, misrule, oppression, and tyranny of Kans, it was suggestive of the colonial oppression and misrule as well. So these kinds of connections, these kinds of similarities could be, in a way, understood by the audience of those times, and how the idea of allegory was being used as we talk about, so communicate the messages which were dealing with the ideals of the national movement. So in that way, how films definitely communicate the history of that particular period, and not only that particular period, even they portray the history of other periods as well, because we find that many of the scenes of that particular period, they were being portrayed in the later films. And when you talk about these kinds of ideas of allegory, then we find that as the censor authorities were very strict in terms of portrayal of the ideas of democracy, or the ideas which were relating, which were coming from maybe America or Russia, where we find that revolutionary ideas or democratic ideas, they were being rejected by the censors, and they were afraid that Indians might not be influenced by such kind of portrayals. And we find that how these films, which were dealing with the poet saints, they were talking about the reformist ideas or humanist ideas, and how to reform the society and lead the society to some kind of a humanistic approach. And we also see an important fallout in the framework, that when women, they were going out and watching these films, then socialization of women was also taking place. We find that women, they were being allowed to go to the cinema halls to watch the religious films, and this definitely played an important role. And when message was being debated at home, because when women, they went to watch films, then these kinds of films, they were also communicating that how some of the women, those who were participating in the national movement, the women leaders of different political parties, including Congress, when they were being shown at that point of time, then we find that such kind of portrayals definitely played an important role. And Sister Nivedita or Annie Besant, Sarojini Naidu, all of them, they became the representatives of women in the freedom struggle. And when women, they watched them, then they also had this kind of a desire to participate on their own accord in the national movement. And we also find, apart from the genre of the religious films and devotional films, we also had semi-historical films during this time, where we find that there's a lot of visual splendor and processions and costumes and war scenes. They were being shown in the semi-historical films of this time. And Udaykal, Thunder of Hills, which was based on the life of Maratha warrior Shivaji, was some sort of a clever allegory on the overthrow of foreign rule. Or Swaraj Toran, for that matter, and how these kinds of films, which were based on the semi-historical lines, they were being revised by the censor authorities. And many times we find that their titles, etc., they were also revised by them. There was a film called Sikandar during this time, and we find that it was released during the Second World War, when the war was progressing and the political atmosphere was tense, and Gandhi gave a call for civil disobedience at this point of time. So how it aroused the patriotic feelings and the national sentiments of the masses at that point of time. Though censors did not like it, and they banned this film in the military cantonment areas. And when the chorus talks about driving out the aliens from Bharatvarsh, it could also be understood as a reference to British, because we find that how British, they were a colonial force in India. So let us see this film clip from Sikandar, which came in the early part of the 1940s. And
सिकंदर अपने बहादुर दुश्मन का इस्तेकबाल करता है। क्यों महाराज, आपने देखा अलेक्जेंडर की ताकत कितनी बड़ी है, जिसने आपको एक दिन में फतह कर लिया।
हमें आपकी ताकत ने फतह नहीं किया, आपके धोखे ने फतह किया है। अगर आपकी ताकत ही इतनी बड़ी थी, तो आपने दिन के उजाले में दरिया को पार क्यों नहीं किया?
मोहब्बत और जंग में सब कुछ जायज है।
राजदूत का भेष बनाकर आए हुए बादशाह को मारना जायज है या नाजायज?
ये आपने हम पर मेहरबानी नहीं की थी, अपने जोरे बाजू पर भरोसा किया था, और ये आपकी गलती थी।
हम ऐसी गलतियां 1001 बार करके कायद हो जाएं, और उसके बाद हमें फिर मौका मिले तो हम फिर ऐसी गलती करने से बाज ना आएंगे।
हमने बादशाह बहुत देखे हैं और बहुत से बादशाहों को शिकस्त भी दी है, लेकिन जुपिटर की कसम, हमने आज तक आप जैसा जाबाज और बहादुर बादशाह नहीं देखा।
हमने भी बहुत से महाराज देखे हैं और बहुत से महाराजों को जीता भी है, मगर तीर और तलवार की सौगंध आप जैसा ओछा और शेखी खुर आज तक नहीं देखा।
अदब से बात करो, तुम जुपिटर के बेटे या दुनिया के फाते के सामने खड़े हो।
तुम कौन हो जो ये भी नहीं जानते कि जब दो राजे बात कर रहे हो तो बीच में बोलने से दोनों का अपमान होता है? अगर तुम हमारे दरबार में होते तो हम तुम्हें दरबार से निकाल देते और कहते, जाओ पहले राज दरबार में बोलने का तरीका सीख कर आओ।
ल्यूकस, तुमने गलती की।
आलम पनाह, मैं माफी का खासदार।
हम आपकी बेखौफी से खुश हुए। फरमाइए, आपके साथ कैसा सलूक किया जाए?
जैसा एक बादशाह को दूसरे बादशाह के साथ करना चाहिए।
आप कुछ और भी कहना चाहते हैं?
so we find that this is a conversation between two rulers, one Alexander, one Porus, and how we find that Porus is saying that when the courtiers are interfering between the two rulers, those who are talking, that these are not the etiquettes in the court. And he also says that the Indian ruler says that he should be treated like a ruler, though he had been defeated by deceit by Alexander. So there is an emphasis on the rules of the war, which is being talked about, and the pride of the Indians is also being communicated. So it was not acceptable to the British that how Indians, they have been portrayed, where they are taking pride in the fairness of the war. And so such kind of ideas, they were being rejected by the colonial censors of that particular period. They were not in a way comfortable with such kind of ideas which were shown at that point of time. And we also see that the colonial censors, they also in a way rejected anything which was seen to be inimical to the interests of the Raj. So in that sense, also we find that such kind of portrayals definitely were trying to communicate the concerns of that particular time. And when you see it in the framework of the developments which were happening in the political front, whether the socialist revolution of 1917 or the Indian communist movement, labor and the peasant movements which were there at that point of time, we find that a number of movements of that particular period, whether the progressive cultural movements, they were trying to reject any kind of orthodoxy in the religion, and the establishment of the new values and ideas in the socio-political sphere was being talked about. And any kind of a religious fanaticism, caste-based divisions and violence against women, we find that they were in a way rejected by the people, those who were trying to, in a way, influence the cultural sphere of that particular period. We also see that how during this particular time when the national movement, various leaders of the national movement, especially Gandhi was talking about the idea of women's emancipation. He was talking about the issues of untouchability and how Hindu-Muslim unity was central to the freedom movement. And Gandhi did not like to watch films, and we find that it is being suggested that he only watched one film called Ramraj by Vijay Bhatt. And at that point of time, K. Abbas wrote an open letter to Gandhi that Gandhi should bless the films and the film industry. And if Gandhi will have some kind of a negative image about cinema, then others, they will also have such kind of notions about the films. So from that point of view, also we find that the various leaders of the national movement, for example, Tilak, Bal Gangadhar Tilak, he supported cinema, as I told you, and he was in a way supporting the Phalke Swadeshi cinema as well. Apart from him, we also find Lajpat Rai, Lala Lajpat Rai. He was also supportive of cinema and questioned the censorship policy of the British at that point of time. We see one of the leaders, Satyamurthy. He was also instrumental in using cinema for the propaganda purposes and for the elections as well. Other leaders like Sarojini Naidu was also supportive of films, and Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, for that matter, he lent his voice to a film called Achut and also Brandy Ki Bottle. And Sardar Patel even produced a film called Netaji Subhash, where the smuggled footage of the INA was also available, and how Subhash Chandra Bose definitely played an important role in terms of that footage, with how that footage could be sent to India. And this particular film was made during the colonial period when India had not become independent. And we find that the rushes of INA's activities, they were being shown to the leaders of the national movement in the Regal Theatre in Connaught Place in Delhi. And apart from this, we also find another genre of the stunt films, and how J.B.H. Wadia and Humi Wadia, they were the important players in the stunt films of those times. And Nadia was a Austrian Welsh origin, and her name was Mary Evans, and Nadia became very popular in the stunt films, and many of her films like Hunter Wali, Nadia, and apart from them, Diamond Queen, they became popular. And we find that these stunt films, they had ideas of patriotism. They were quite provocative in nature. Their titles like Hind Kesari, Desh Deepak, Azadi, etc. All of them, they were in a way titled to, in a way, challenge the British. And many of the banners like National Movie Tone, Hindu Mata Films, Indian Liberty, all of them, they were also trying to communicate the ideas of Indian independence. And we find that when one was seeing the Eastern films, had deeper nationalist overtones. They were talking about democracy, and when antagonist and the protagonist, they had all sorts of verbal confrontation. They were talking about the protagonist was talking within the framework of the rights of democracy, good governance, justice, and the freedom of speech and expression. So all these kinds of ideas, they were also being talked about, and we find that finally when the film ended, at that point of time, the victory of good over evil and legitimate over illegitimate, it in a way sharpened the people's desire for freedom. And we find that K. Abbas suggested that when you are talking, that was the atmosphere of anti-imperialism, and in that time, the Eastern films, they were trying to portray and glorify the democratic aspirations of the masses. And in the end, when British censors were satisfied at the climax by putting the legitimate heir on the throne, the audience also, in a way, remembered that how the authority of the tyrant was challenged. And apart from that, we also see that untouchability, dignity of labor, literacy campaign, democracy, anti-fascism, emancipation of women, all these kinds of ideas, they were also being communicated in the films at that point of time. We also find that apart from that, a number of socials like that, which was dealing with the issue of poverty, untouchability, and social inequality, was made in 1931. And the character in this film called Garib Das was an exact image of Gandhi. And this film was also cut, and the film was renamed as Khuda Ki Shan. Another film which was dealing with the issue of untouchability or caste barriers was Achut Kanya in 1936, and how it was trying to communicate the awareness and the intercaste barriers of that time, how colonial rule was in a way described by Gandhi as a scourge, and untouchability as some kind of a play. So let us see this film clip.
Papa? Oh, Papa! तैने कस्तूरी के हाथ का खाना खाया है?
ये खाना तो अच्छा बना लेती है माँ।
जो पूछती हूँ उसका जवाब दे। तैने इसके हाथ का खाना खाया या नहीं खाया?
खाया तो है माँ।
तेरी बुद्धि भ्रष्ट हो गई है? बामन का पूत हो कि इसके हाथ का खाता है?
So the dialogue basically is with regard to that how upper caste boy has eaten food made by an untouchable girl. So that was the concern which was shown in this film, which was in 1936, and how this boy of upper class and an untouchable girl, they are good friends, and society was in a way was creating barriers between them, and there was a need to bring about change in the society, as the film suggests during that time. And these were also the concerns of the national movement, because we find that during the national movement and history of India, we find that a number of concerns were with regard to the caste system, concerns which were with regard to removing untouchability, and the issue of the emancipation of women. And various leaders, they initiated such kind of movements where the emancipation of women can take place. And there's a film called Duniya Na Mane in 1937 by V. Shantaram, where we find the female protagonist Shanta Apte, who has this kind of a revolutionary spirit in her. And we also see that she feels that emancipation of women will only take place when women will make their own efforts, and she refuses to consummate her marriage as well. And because the concern was with regard to the mismatched marriages which were taking place at that point of time. So we find that the films of that particular period, they were trying to communicate what all was happening in the society, and mismatched marriages was one of the important concerns of that particular time. Apart from that, you also find that there was a film called Brandy Ki Bottle, which was talking about the prohibition campaign and how political parties, especially Gandhi being in favor of having all sorts of prohibition, and political parties like Congress having, in a way, supporting the prohibition campaign, and how Gandhi and Patel, they are reflective of some kind of a combative mood of the people, and the kind of slogans which are used in this particular film, that one has to give up liquor, and that is the first step in the attainment of independence, and how Gandhi was referred as angel of freedom. So this is a song from that particular film, Brandy Ki Bottle.
गांधी बाबा का आया राजन न दिया तोरे भैया ने बोतल फोड़ी रे गांधी बाबा का आया राजा पहुंचागी मोरा भैया करे कोतवाली रे मोरी बाबी गांधी बाबा का आया राजा रे मोरी सजनी.
So this song basically talks about that how rule of Gandhi has emerged in India, and because of which we will have the problems, the kind of problems which are there with regard to the liquor, and how liquor was affecting the masses at that particular period, especially women, because how their households, they got disrupted because of this. So that was another concern which was being talked about in this particular film. Then we also find that V. Shantaram made films like Padosi and Admi during this time. And Padosi was with regard to the divisions which were created by the British between the Hindus and the Muslims. And this particular film was, in a way, trying to unite them in that sense. And Admi was made in reaction to Devdas, which was dealing with the ideals of pessimism in those times, and how Devdas was being made and remade in several times during this particular period. Then another film called Dr. Kotnis Ki Amar Kahani, which was based on the medical mission which was sent by India during the war period, and how we find that it was also true as well, because a mission was sent by India to take care during that particular period. And we also find that some kind of movements, whether the Progressive Writers Association, which was formed in 1936 under the presidency of Munshi Premchand during this time, and how this kind of a political awareness, the idea of social realism was also being talked about, and how a number of writers, they came together. Apart from that, there was another movement called IPTA, Indian People's Theatres Association. And IPTA was trying to bring theatre out of the auditorium. And we find that how the theatre came out of the closed halls to the open skies because of the efforts of IPTA. And many IPTA members, they joined cinema as well. We find Dhartikalal, as I told you, was made by K. Abbas. And another genre of films during this particular period was the neorealist cinema, and how Italian influence of Roberto Rossellini, Visconti, Di Sica could be seen. And these Italian filmmakers made films like Bicycle Thieves, or for that matter, Bitter Rice and Rome Open City. And all these films, they were in a way also influenced Indian cinema, and because the neorealist cinema was in the framework of the non-professional actors, outdoor locations, simple dialogues, all these things could be seen in this particular kind of a cinema, which was referred to as the neorealist films. And as I told you, censoring of films was an important concern during that time, and how we find that any kind of idea which was revolutionary in nature or democratic in nature, they were being rejected by the colonial censors at that point of time. And many of the films, when they carried such kind of songs or dialogues which were not conducive to the colonial rule, they were being rejected by the colonial censors. And any kind of reference to Gandhi, for that matter, was also not liked by the censor authorities. And the film called Bhaktividur, which was some kind of an allegorical portrayal of Gandhi's political activities, where we find that Gandhi's cap, and how Gandhi was in a way clad in khaddar, sitting beside a charkha to spin yarn. So all these kinds of symbols of the national movement, they were not being liked by the colonial censorship authority. They were being rejected. And we see that S.T. Bhaskaran, he has written that there were scenes recalling the political events in the province of Bombay when the peasants refused to pay taxes in Kera in 1918, and how evacuation of town by people as protest against the government in Chirala in 1921. So we find that all these kinds of events, they were also in a way reflecting what all was happening around them. And we also find that the films, they were also trying to reflect these kinds of concerns during this time, and the British censorship was trying to in a way neglect or reject what was happening. And British, we find they promoted any obscene films during that time, so that the cultural values of the people, they may be put in danger, and how people can be misguided in their movement, which was against the nationalist, which was in favor of the nationalist ideals and values. And we find that how the nationalist and the conscious Indian intellectual community very well understood this conspiracy in the cultural policy and its impact. And they attacked British in magazines like Abhyuday and Film India. And Abhyuday was a magazine which launched a comprehensive attack against such designs in its volumes. We also find that British, they also followed a policy of divide and rule. And they wanted to, in a way, wean away Muslims from the national mainstream, and they tried to placate them by becoming sensitive to the issues that might offend the Muslims. So they provided all kind of support to the Muslim League. And when these kinds of concerns, they were being raised in the assembly by some of the members, that how any kind of scenes which were not conducive to the Muslim life, when they were being shown on the screen, is not a good idea. So British took care of these kinds of concerns. They deleted all these kinds of scenes. And we also find that when Alam Ara, which was the first talkie of India in 1931, came, that was also the period when the civil disobedience movement, which was started in 1930, was at its peak in that sense. And we also find that how Indian film companies, which were getting established during this particular period, and how India wanted to get rid of the colonial rule. That was another concern of the Indians and the filmmakers and the technicians. They were also influenced by the nationalist movement, and many of them, they acknowledged in later that how these people, they incorporated the ideals of the national movement in their films, so that the ideals of the national movement could be shown in cinema. And we find that how a number of documentaries, they were also made on the civil disobedience movement, and the films as well. And these, they had a lot of trouble with the censorship authorities as well. And any kind of a symbol or portrait of the national movement leaders, they were being rejected by the censors. And this is a song from a film called Kismat, which was made in 1943.
आज हिमालय की चोटी से फिर हमने ललकारा है, आज हिमालय की चोटी से फिर हमने ललकारा है। दूर हटो दूर हटो दूर हटो है दुनिया वालों, हिंदुस्तान हमारा है। दूर हटो है दुनिया वालों, हिंदुस्तान हमारा है। हमारे मंदिर मस्जिद सिखों का गुरुद्वारा है, यहाँ हमारा ताजमहल है और कुतुब मीनारा है, यहाँ हमारे मंदिर मस्जिद सिखों का गुरुद्वारा है। धरती पर कदम बढ़ाना अत्याचार तुम्हारा है, अत्याचार तुम्हारा है, दूर हटो दूर हटो दूर हटो वालों हिंदुस्तान है, दूर हटो दुनिया वालों हिंदुस्तान हमारा है। आज हिमालय की चोटी से फिर हमने ललकारा है, आज हिमालय की चोटी से फिर हमने ललकारा है।
So what we find in this particular song, that song is asking British to go out of India, and Dur Hato means the quit India, that they have to go out of India. And Quit India was also the call of the Quit India movement in 1942. So these kinds of references definitely were important at that point of time, and we find that British, they were not ready to relent. But what happened here was that one of the inspectors of police was sent to find out that why this song is getting so popular. And when this police official came and he saw that the mood of the crowd was very electric, in that sense, they were very happy. And so he said that the lyrics of the song referred to the Germans and the Japanese, because the lyrics referred that the Germans and the Japanese go out of India. So there was no reference to the British. So this case was closed in that manner, and this film was so popular that it ran for nearly 3 years in a cinema hall in Calcutta. We also find the paranoid attitude of the British in the context that Feroz Rangoonwala, who is a film historian, he writes that All India Radio was even not allowed to carry a line which referred to Mahatma Gandhi Road, because Gandhi was becoming so popular. And this could be seen in other films as well, that how British, they had this kind of an approach or attitude where they were talking in this particular framework. And we also find that some of the South Indian films, there was a Tamil film in 1944 in Defense of Honor, Manasamarakshmanam, which was approved and released by the censors. But only the spirited audience reaction made the authorities realize here again that go away to Japanese could also be echoing the Congress slogan, Quit India, addressed to the British. And there was a film called Tyag Bhumi in 1939, again a Tamil film, and for which Gautam Kaul says that the audience response to its symbolic interpretation was so widely enthusiastic that the Madras district magistrate ordered the confiscation of film print immediately. So how the colonial authorities, they were in a way thinking about such kind of portrayals when they were talking about them. And we find that some of the later films, especially Telugu films, I'd like to talk about some of them, and we will be able to relate to them. They have been blockbusters, not only in Telugu cinema, but across the world. Bahubali being one, and it was directed by S.S. Rajamouli, who must be knowing. And this shows the conflict between the good and evil, legitimate and illegitimate. So these kinds of things, they have been very integral to the society at all times. And as we have seen that this issue of legitimacy and illegitimacy was there during the colonial period as well, that how the evil elements, they have taken over India. So such kind of portrayals also reflect the kind of dedication and loyalty of the people, those who are supporting the protagonist, as in the film, where we find that Katappa is supporting the protagonist. And let us see the clip as well.
ऊपर भूत प्रेत रहते हैं, बच्चों को चीर फाड़ के खा जाएंगे।
ये लोग जिनसे मैं अनजान हूँ, मैं इनका भगवान कैसे बन गया? मैं हूँ कौन? हमारे भगवान अमरेंद्र बाहुबली का रक्त हो तुम। जय महेशमती।
So we find that such kind of portrayals, especially both the films Bahubali 1 and then Bahubali 2, both of them, they have been so popular and their themes have been quite universal in that sense that they are not restricted to a region, and this conflict between the good and evil, legitimacy and illegitimacy is seen across cultures. And how this film was able to bag so many awards because of its popularity kinds of being by the director. And we find that the film also talks about the idea of betrayal, valor, and weakness, apart from love and romance. So, which is again very central to the society in that sense. And the epical quality of the film was also appreciated. And we find that the next film, Bahubali 2, was serving as both as a sequel and a prequel as well. Various kinds of awards which were given to that film also started a new kind of a movement in the films, like the pan-Indian film, rather than remaking the same film in the various languages. They are dubbing the same film in various languages now. So, which is a good kind of a thing. And we also find that this idea of pan-Indian films, we are not talking about the North Indian films, Hindi films, and the South films. So the South film industries, which is divided into four big industries in that sense. Rather, we are talking about a pan-Indian film in that sense. So, which is again a very good kind of an idea from the film industry point of view as well. So let us see this film clip as well.
अमरेंद्र बाहुबली यानी मैं महिष्मति की असंख्य प्रजा और उनके धन, मान और प्राण की रक्षा करूंगा, और इसके लिए अपने प्राणों की आहुति भी देनी पड़े तो मैं पीछे नहीं हटूंगा। राजमाता शिवगामी देवी को साक्षी मानकर मैं ये शपथ लेता हूं। जब तक तुम मेरे साथ हो मुझे मारने वाला पैदा नहीं हुआ मामा।
So we find that this film was again a far more blockbuster in that sense. It was a bigger film than the earlier one, and how it was able to create that kind of an impact on the society. And apart from the kind of marketing which was involved, but that happens with every film, and not every film becomes successful. And how it was also borrowed from Mahabharata and Ramayana, as the script writers they have acknowledged. Another film which I'd like to talk about is a Telugu language epic historical action directed by Surendra Reddy. And this is a story of Narasimha Reddy from Rayalaseema region of Andhra Pradesh in his fight against the rule of the British East India Company, and how during the revolt of 1857, we find that Jhansi was under the siege by the British, and the defending soldiers, they began to waver upon seeing when they were outnumbered. And Rani Lakshmibai motivates them by telling the tale of the rebel who started their war 10 years ago, Narasimha Reddy. So let us see the clip of this film.
कुछ नाम जो इतिहास कभी भुला नहीं सकता। रानी लक्ष्मीबाई, भगत सिंह, मंगल पांडे। पर एक नाम, एक योद्धा जो इतिहास में कहीं दब गया, जिसने अंग्रेजों के खिलाफ पहली जंग की शुरुआत की। Who is this Narasimha Reddy? वो शेर है, वो उनका हौसला है। Hunt him! नाडू के शूरवीरों, हमें नहीं पता इतिहास हमें याद रखेगा कि नहीं, लेकिन आज इतिहास हमसे लिखा जाएगा।
So this film again was a very popular film and which deals with the revolt of 1857. And we have seen that apart from this, a number of other films on Mangal Pandey or Jhansi Ki Rani, Manikarnika, etc. They've also been made in Hindi, and which are trying to talk about India's first war of independence, which is 1857. And apart from that, there's again a very popular Telugu film, RRR, which came in 2022. It deals with the fictional versions of two Indian revolutionaries, Alluri Sita Ramaraju, Ramcharan, played by Ramcharan, and Komaram Bhim, and how they fought against the British rule. And the title in the expanded form is, in a way, the English version is Rage, War and Blood. In Telugu, it is Rodram, Ranam, Rudram. And when you talk about these kinds of ideas, then we find that basically none of the leaders or none of the main characters, those who are shown in the film, there is no historical record that they met. And we find that Bhim, who was a gaunt tribal leader from Telangana, who fought against the Nizam of Hyderabad for the liberation of the Hyderabad state, and Alluri Sitaram Raju, who was a revolutionary leader from Andhra Pradesh, who waged an armed campaign against the British Raj. So these kinds of revolutionary ideas, they are again depicted in this particular film. Let us see the film clip.
शेर को पकड़ने के लिए शिकारी चाहिए।
मुझे यहाँ छोड़ के मत जाओ, माँ की बहुत याद आती है।
ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट से बगावत करने के जुर्म में तुम्हें अरेस्ट करता हूँ। छुप छुप के, डर डर के नहीं, सामने से वार करना होगा। जो भी रास्ते में आए उसे काट डालेंगे। बहुत खतरा है, जान गवा दोगे। खुशी खुशी गवा दूंगा चाचा। अपनी जंग ढूंढते हुए हथियार खुद ब खुद आएंगे। इन तुच्छे राक्षसों को छोड़ महासुर का संहार करना है। हाँ।
So we find that such kind of portrayals, they not only try to convey about our history, but at the same time we also find that many of the revolts, etc., which are there in different regions of India, they have not been taken up in that way. They have been at the margins in that sense. So the regional history in that sense, or the events which have been at the margins of the history, they are, when they are being portrayed on the screen, a larger audience is able to see them, and then they are able to, in a way, not only relate with them, then the students of history, they can also undertake a lot of research even on those marginal events, those who are at the margins. So in a way, they also, in a way, initiate some kind of a new journey where research about them can also be undertaken. And Rajamani himself writes that when he read about Sitaram Raju and Kumaram Bhim, it was exciting to know that their story was similar in that sense. They never met as well. So he thought that if they had met, what if they had got inspired by each other? So this is RRR about, and RRR also addressed the worldly matters such as the idea of racism, which we see in the film, or the shared history of the freedom struggle among different communities and need for interfaith brotherhood as well. So in that sense, when we try to see the themes of the film, the betrayal, the loyalty and legacy are the themes of this film, and how at the international level as well, we find that it won the Oscar for the best original song at 1995 Academy Awards. And so from that point of view, the film was received not only at the national but at the international level as well. So I'd like to end my discussion that how films and the ideas of history, they are connected to each other. And not only during the colonial period, but even in the later times, we find that these kinds of presentations are related to the society. And not only the national movement, but the films which were made after that, they are talking about the concerns of that particular period as well. So let us have some time for the questions. So I'd like to end my discussion here, and I'll invite questions so that we can have some kind of a discussion from that point of view as well. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you, sir. It was a wonderful lecture. So now it's open for discussion. So any doubts, any clarifications, any questions from the participants? Please ask the request person. Any questions, please? Sir, we have a small query. Sir, is there any job opportunities available for this film studies? Because these all historical films are related to some different kinds of stories. But once you complete the even film studies or anything, so what are the jobs opportunities in our history, sir, especially related to these videos or all these things?
See, in the framework of job opportunities, basically, if you are only talking about the areas of film, then definitely they are so much, because then you have to go to FTI, etc., to do that kind of a training. But when you are only talking about writing, then in the framework of script writing, again, but and people those who are well versed in their subjects, and then they venture into film script writing, then they are able to do in that particular field as well. So from the point of view of the discipline of history, those who are in a way studying the academic part, so cinema can be one source in terms of understanding history. And we find that how nowadays a lot of audio visual media is being used, not only in a number of schools as well. That schools, they are focusing nowadays on their not only on the blackboards, but they have their projectors as well. So in that sense, usage of the audiovisual media in terms of explaining things again is an important concern. So this is what I feel.
Okay, sir, thank you. So any questions from any other participants? Anything you share? Okay. So now I request to NRC Chintur, Dr. Savitri Madam, to propose the vote of thanks to the resource person. Savitri Madam, please respond.
Hello?
Hello.
Madam, please.
Hello?
Hello,
sir?
madam, చెప్పండి.
Sir.
చెప్పండి, madam.
Good afternoon to all. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You give me an opportunity to say thanks to Dr. Manoj Sharma, sir. Sir, you are explained very well, making cinema and history. Cinema and history to promote culture and heritage, sir. You also touch religious and devotional part like Ramayana, Mahabharata. You also showed a movie, religious aspect, Raja Harichandra. Sairandri movie explores regime of Lord Karjan. In Dharmatma movie explain untouchability problems, sir. Cinema impact on women like Dunia Na Mane explained mismarriages. You also showed and explained semi-historical films. You explained a lot. It is very useful to us and students also, sir. You explained nice manner from beginning to modern films and filmmaking, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again. Thank you a lot.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It's a really wonderful lecture. Really, because this history and the film studies, one paper is there, sir, in our single major subject of the BA level. So this talk is very useful for all the lecturers in Andhra Pradesh. So really that all what you have elaborated from how the cinema is evolved and how it is altered and how it is transformed from the black and white to even nowadays there are different changes and transformation. So thank you so much for spending your valuable time and thanks for
one question, Raj. I would like to ask one question.
Yes.
Sir, this is Dr. Bade Sahib, Kadapa NRC Center, sir. Sir,
Yes.
You have very interesting facts about the cinema industry. But today's industry, they are also exposing hatred against of the, some communities. So I would like to give some names. The Rani Padmini cinema and some of the films, they are against of the, making the film against of the hatred against the communities.
See, when you talk about cinema, because India being a country which is which has a lot of religion, regions, caste, languages. So many times we find that some kind of a friction could be seen in some of the films, the way they project a character or maybe some kind of a dialogue which is there. So some or the other community feels offended. But I don't think that is the motive of the filmmakers, because filmmakers largely are also concerned about recovering their money when they are trying to communicate certain kind of messages to you through cinema, when they are trying to project a kind of a reality which is their own version, which they claim that it is a fictionalized version. They do not say that they are portraying the reality in the manner the reality is. Rather, always they say it is a fictionalized version of the events which is there. Because so many concerns are there, some community may or some person they may feel offended. So it happens sometimes. I agree with you that it happens, but I don't think so. That is the motive of a filmmaker in that sense, because every filmmaker wants to get back the money which has been invested. And that is not the only film. I think you talked about one of the films. There are so many others as well, where these kinds of concerns they have been raised, and those kinds of dialogues or presentations or references they have been removed by the censors as well, because we have this film CBFC, Center Board of Film Certification. So at the level of certification itself, this body is able to in a way deal with those kinds of aspects. So, but I feel that the filmmakers, they have to be sensitive to the needs of all communities and individuals in that sense. But many times these kind of things, they happen as well. But they are resolved at the level of the CBFC, which is the central board.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So this is my take on this.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Any other participants? Any doubts, clarification that on the panel? Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then I leave the meeting. Thank you very much.
Oh, I will be in touch with you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, now the session is the end, and so we will meet at 2 o'clock. So we have another one more session. So thank you. Thank you all. Vice Chancellor. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, after session, we have one more content and the session is going to be done by ABCD. So today, the first one is Dr. Shipra Avasti Madam Garu. So, advance ready होगा? Well, video audience को
ready. NR6 Srikakulam. Rans are ready.
So what about others, sir? We have been waiting for them. Only 4 adults are ready and the rest of the adults are not ready. Sir, please unmute video audience, sir. Madam, they went for lunch, so I think we should wait to do our minutes, madam. If you do. Yeah, thank you, sir. Sir, అందరికీ సార్ వీడియో ఆన్ చేసుకోమని చెప్పండి. ఓకే. ఎన్ఆర్ చిత్తూరు, శ్రీకాకుళం ఓకే, విశాఖపట్నం ఓకే, రాజమండ్రి, ఒంగోలు, తణుకు, కడప,
Raj Muhammad, okay.
ఓకే. పెయింటింగ్
NRC
Okay, shall we start?
2 minutes, sir.
JDC Ongol. Video on చేసుకోండి సార్.
Respond. Ready, sir.
Okay. So shall we start? It's already too late.
Sir, one more response, sir.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. And today I'm going to introduce the
Okay,
most
sir.
important personality, Dr. Shipra Avasti Madam Garu. She is working as an assistant librarian at the B.R. Ambedkar Central Library, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Prior to this, she worked with the National Institute of Technology, Roorkela in Orissa, as the assistant librarian. And her areas of interest include open access journals, anti-plagiarism, and electronic theses and dissertations, institutional repository and digital library, scholarly communication, and academic publishing. So she has published various national and international papers in various journals, and really she is a very good, important and resource person with us. She is going to talk about on the important, what are the ethics in publication. So this is very, very important for us. I think with this brief introduction, I hand over to the Dr. Shipra Avasti Garu to deliver her lecture. Madam, please start your lecture.
Thank you, sir, for this warm welcome, and good afternoon, everyone. And before I start, I would like to thank the coordinators, the organizers, coordinators, and the team who is involved in this training program. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to be part of this training program. Thank you so much, sir. Well, I would share the slide. Can you, sir, please confirm that it is visible? It's visible. Thank you so much, sir, for the confirmation. Well, I start. Well, the topic is use of plagiarism detection software, PDS, in education and research. If we see like detection software, now the software which detects the plagiarism. So if we see plagiarism is a part of academic misconduct, And then academic misconduct, occurs when the ethics is not being followed, when the ethical guidelines, they are not being followed. Then what happens? Then the academic misconduct or scientific misconduct occurs. Now, to start with, it's not, yeah, I hope my slides are moving and I'm moving further. Well, scientific misconduct. So to start with, like, scientific misconduct, what is it? There are certain codes of scholarly conduct that need to be followed while, publishing the articles, or, in any case of the intellectual output that is being produced. But when these misconduct, is violated, then that is called academic misconduct or scientific misconduct. Falsification or fabrication of data. This is also one of the integral part of scientific misconduct. Now, what is falsification? Falsification is like when when some data is omitted or changed in order to conclude the research in a preferred way. So that is the falsification. Fabrication is like when a researcher make up the data. Suppose we want, like, in order to complete the PhD, we want a sample of 100 respondents, or in case maybe more than that, and a researcher is unable to get the questionnaire filled or unable to get the 100 respondents. Then what happens? The data is fabricated in order to achieve the goal. So that is the fabrication of data. So that also need not to be done, because what happens? The findings will somehow be changed. So that is falsification and fabrication of data. There are different forms of scientific misconduct. I have mentioned here very few. They are not even a handful of there are forms of scientific misconduct which I have mentioned in the slide. So mainly there's duplicate publications, plagiarism, misappropriation of the ideas, salami slicing. Now, what is salami slicing? We collect the data, and then what happened? We in a research article, we do not fully use the data, or we tabulate it and present it in a form. What happens between? We cut the slices, thin slices of the data, and out of the collected data, when we try to prepare several research articles, that is the salami slicing. So in case, like, there are definitely, there in journals there are a limitation of the word count. So when the data is huge and a researcher cannot use the complete data in one single research article, that need to be somewhere communicated, that in methodology part, or wherever, like in note section, a researcher can. So that is like nothing will be hidden, and definitely the editor will be communicated regarding the data part, that the rest data will be presented in another article due to the due to this bulky nature. So in this way, this is the salami slicing. Now, there are editors or publication houses. They also take disciplinary action as per COPE recommendations. COPE is Committee on Publication Ethics. I'll deliberate more in later slide. So editors, and there are different editors and journal policies. Now today they all have the journal policies regarding the academic or scientific misconduct, where it is listed that the level of misconduct author is occurred, is that level of action being taken by the journal or the editors of those journal. Even the authors, they can be blacklisted or banned to submit articles in the respective journal in future. So this is also one of the crucial measure which is being taken by the editors of the journal. Now, plagiarism. What is plagiarism? Plagiarism is when the content or already published idea or already existing idea is quoted in the present research article or any form of the intellectual output or anything intellectual being prepared by the author, and the original creator is not acknowledged, then that is plagiarism. If one is, quoting the idea, then the original creator needs to be acknowledged and the full citation need to be given. So when these two things are not followed, then what happens? It is considered as plagiarism. Now, plagiarism can be intentional or unintentional. Intentional happens when the researcher or an individual deliberately copies the research idea and without acknowledging the original creator and presenting it as own idea. So that is the intentional one. Unintentional plagiarism also occurs when there is a lack of awareness and also ignorance from the researcher's end. Then unintentional plagiarism occurs. But the penalty for both, whether it is intentional or intentional, unintentional remains the same. So at the end of the day, the researcher won't be able to prove that whether the plagiarism committed is intentional or intentional. So that is why it is both types are unethical and illegal. So both types will be treated on the same platform, whether it is intentional or unintentional. Now, self-plagiarism is also important because, self-plagiarism occurs when I have published 2-3 papers and related to that area, I am publishing or I am working on it. And then I am just copying the methodology of my published papers. And I am just copying it in my, the one which is in progress. And keeping in mind that this methodology I have given in my paper, so it belongs to me, and I can I can copy it in any number of papers I want to. This is the self-plagiarism. Actually, the thing which is published, once published, it's one published, and whenever we are taking any idea or anything from the published version, then we need to quote it. And it is very important to understand here that a researcher need to be honest in every situation. Like here also, a researcher has to disclose this thing to somewhere in the paper, and where we can do it by citing the reference that this is already published in this paper. So if a researcher is citing that it's given in the citation, the title and the full bibliographic details, which means that the researcher has referred his or her own published paper for the methodology part. So in this way, a researcher need to be honest here. And self-plagiarism, that is why it's not like that in any number of papers, I'm publishing, I can copy the material from the published one